So, last time we neatly wrapped up case 3, which means now we're on to case 4. We just got the little summary from our beloved, I think he's pretty well liked by the fandom. I don't know, I'm not a huge fan of, like, this investigator. Gregson, he's here. We just got the summary from him, so now we're gonna go see who this defendant is. Let's go! Okay, we already did all of our stuff here, so we can... I think the examens were all the same when I checked them. Yeah, I'm not gonna bother with the examens again. I'm just gonna keep moving. We're going to prison. Not us, we're just going to visit the prison. There we go. 19th of February, local prison, cell 9. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes, and having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently our client is in this cell here, but it's so dark at the back there I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representative is here to see you. Stop by at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Oh gosh, am I a cat, as yet with no name? Calling me by a number, it's utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse to answer. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. There he is. Excuse me, but who? Shh, quiet! They're all around, hiding. I know they are. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. You good, man? Right. So could I ask you who exactly? There you are! You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try to hide it. You're a ghost. A ghost? We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? This is beyond my wildest dreams! Why are you so pathetic, man? Forgive me for that outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We were just a little surprised, that's all. I've gotta sneeze. Okay. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So hearing the sweet, sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most monumentally moving moment. Who could have guessed that this new client Lord Strongheart assigned to us would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? What compassion my fellow countrymen show to dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nippon! First-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind as to tell us what's happened? Why you've been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shan't stay sullen and silent! Please help. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I am a lawyer, as you said. My name is Yonosuke Naruhodo. And I'm Naruhodo-san's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. I am a visiting student sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsume! Soseki Natsume. Oh, jeez. He's meant to be like a famous Japanese author, and they turned him into this. I mean, go off, I guess. Alright, Soseki Natsume-san. What an unusual name. Call me Soseki, please. I'm a poet, you see? A writer of haiku. It's something of a nom de plume. A nom de plume? You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No, no, no! Don't be so prosaic! It's much more refined than that! And haiku? That really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent over here by the government? Yes, yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this is beyond the pale! Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No! I mean, I have had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh. But! Just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it. No! What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature, that I could have understood. That's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. This is a documentary. I don't think so, Hyobot. I don't think Natsume Soseki was like this. I see. Only the other day, I was supposed to send a report about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on whitewashy! You must be a man of great standing. Oh yes, so I'm often told. And often like to be told, it seems. And what about this accusation against you? Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Soseki-san? I didn't do it! I didn't commit that atrocious murder! Murder? Oh, no, it's alright. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes! Before your eyes? I mean, you saw the attacker? I didn't see anyone. What? If I'd seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? It's the curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly inconvenient! So Soseki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital that we found out more about the case. Do you know anything else? Yeah, about the case. It was an accursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I'd been to the bookshop to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't accursed too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. How terrible! I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, ghoulish, grim graveyard! Slight exaggeration there, perhaps? I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Soseki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous! Do you think I know any of these fair-haired English, and a young woman at that? I'm diffident, shy, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people! I see. A young woman unknown to Soseki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anybody pass you? Men's has no game. Can't talk to anyone, let alone women. Regrettably, apart from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else in the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? Huh? What conundrum? How the fuck she died? You don't just magically have a knife in your back. You gotta be stabbed. What do you mean, Sasato-san? What's the conundrum? Well, if what Soseki-san has just told us is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he didn't know the victim and that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did! But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. Ah! You! What did you just say? Nothing! I didn't say anything! Oops, perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Soseki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene to see him. So how did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh, yes, she's right. It was him. That accursed great detective. He led the police to me. Of all the bad luck. Accursed great detective. Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live, with his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. Brash, big-headed busybody, be gone! May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Sholmes! I knew it! Mr. Sholmes? Herlock Sholmes. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a sliver of hard cheese when some men suddenly burst into the door. I want cheese. They started shouting at me, "This is the police, put the weapon down!" Yes, it was a thin sliver, and yes, it was hard, but I wasn't eating a weapon! Disgusting dietary discrimination devils! You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. And there he was, in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a Cheshire cat. That's Herlock Sholmes! It's actually just Herlock Sholmes. He's English. Maybe this supposed to be like Airlock, or like maybe are we supposed to be rolling the R's? Airlock? Maybe? I don't know. I don't know how the fuck German works, because I'm assuming that's the joke. They think it's German or something. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective is really very well known. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman! Me! This weak, stooped kitten of a man! I wonder what great deduction process led him to his conclusion this time. Do you mean to say that Mr. Sholmes' deduction was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Well, the thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing question after question at me in impossible English. Fiendish foreign flim-flammery. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. Good point, but my mind went blank. I know I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say, so I just kept repeating things like, "Yes, I do," and "I'm fine." Oh no. Next thing I knew, I was in manacles, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo, and when we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, alright, yes. They've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. But please, I beg you to defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself, on a study tour. A student? I've defended a case in the Old Bailey, only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who is supposed to be here. I'm a sort of locum lawyer, I suppose. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire! It's a keepsake from the man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake? I know exactly what they're saying about me. Oh, who do you mean? The lawyers, all the British defense lawyers, they won't defend me. Goodness, why? Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Saseki-san. And anyway, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreign nobody to them. Someone not to be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, now my earshot without any compunction at all. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said, and of course the foreigner did it. They even had the gall to say the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. They're wrong! I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. You could do it, couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Saseki-san, it's just that... Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Oh yes, thank you. I'll be here, all alone, waiting for you. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. We still can't examine in here. They used to be able to examine in the prison cell, I thought. I guess not. Let's go to Briar Road now. The 19th of February, Briar Road. Strand Street. And look at all the policemen and the little snowman. So this is where it happened, Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The men of Scotland Yard are here, and they're investigating as we speak. That is their job, you know? But Mr. Naruhodo, to see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close. To a real Bobby's helmet. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your Hattie dream comes true. Hello, Gregson. Oh gosh. Oh no, I don't remember the voice I gave you. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. Oh, hello, Lamp. And I could also go for some fries. I like fries. I'm sorry if I missed you saying hello earlier, Lamp. I didn't realize you were here. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. Chips, whatever they call them. Fries, chips, same thing. So you've been to the holding cells then? What'd you make of the criminal? He's not a criminal, as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. Well, do what you will. Doesn't bother me. Bloke's in court tomorrow, whatever happens, and the verdict's a foregone conclusion. The stone-cold air rejection. Take heart. London at this time of year is full of stone-cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Examine. Ignore you real quick. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that to rush to crime scenes and cart away criminals. You're very well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick up a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to write it, wouldn't it? Still, if it is the only way, help me find a good stone. No, I wasn't serious. That was just a little crazy. I love it. Anything up here? No signs? No? The snowman? Yeah! What a delightful snowman! I didn't realize English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf, look! You need one if you're out in this freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't miss his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yeah, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Oh, hello, Shul! Welcome! I'm doing pretty good. We are kicking off the 4th case of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Natsume Soseki is a person, question marks. And by question marks, I mean, that should be a period, but like with a bunch of periods after it. Whew, I don't know why they made him so eccentric. I guess you have to be a little eccentric to write a book about a fucking cat, but you know. I am enjoying it. It's very fun getting to figure out people's voices. I had a voice for Gregson, I just can't remember what it is right now. And yes, I've been a long time Ace Attorney fan. I played the first 2 games on the DS, and then I didn't realize it kept going from there with Apollo Justice onwards, but I heard mixed things about them. But I played this game after I visited some family for Christmas, and I got through the first 4 cases and then didn't get to finish it. And so it's like, oh, well, somebody pointed out it was on sale. I might as well just go get it now and then finish it. It was meant to tide me over until I could stream Story of Seasons: A Wonderful Life, but when it released, the keyboard controls are apparently really fucking bad, so I just ended up getting it on Switch anyway, which means no streaming, because I'm not going to buy the game twice. Glad you're another big fan of Phoenix Wright series here. Yes, love the series so much. Maya's my favorite, which is probably predictable for me, but Maya's not most people's favorite, but I'd say she's still pretty popular. I think Phoenix and Edgeworth take most people's favorite spot, but Maya Icy is always pretty popular. Miles? Edgeworth, you know, Edgeworth. I don't call Phoenix Wright, I just call him Phoenix. So, you know, it's Miles Edgeworth. Just call him Miles. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what was going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Ugh. Poor lad. Can we look at the crime scene itself? Yes. Oh, I see. Korean. So you guys get the Japanese names instead of the English dub. Oh, what is Edgeworth's name in I guess Japanese or Korean? I know Phoenix's is Naruhodo, which is why we have fucking Ryonosuke here. But I don't actually know what the Japanese names are for most of the characters. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's a very wide open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker could have been hiding. Mitsurugi Reichi. Okay. Okay. I can see that. Oh. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here? Huh? We just investigating the scene, officer. Conspiring with that mustache fellow from Japan, are ya? Conspiring? Come here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you an Aiden. Aiden? Go on. He shooed us away like rats. Yeah, we should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. Look, Susato, eventually you'll learn. All cops are bastards. Just saying, just saying. There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk on the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressed in all black. I worry a coachman might not see you and you could be flattened by horses. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Ooh, up here. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? With the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as foggy London Town. I can just make out some sort of spire through the fog. Looks like it's still being built though. Aha! Yes, that must be the Crystal Tower being built for the great exhibition that's to open in 6 months' time. Apparently it's going to be very striking, glazed on all sides, and the symbolic centerpiece of the exhibition. It's to be the largest exposition in history, is it? I can't even begin to imagine it. Favorite character so far? Oh, I am quite fond of Ryunosuke just because it's hard not to like the Phoenix adjacent characters. But Susato is very, very up there for me right now. It's also really hard not to like Sholmes, but solely because he's so fucking outrageous that you never know what he's going to do next. Like, I forgot half of the ways that they just pose his model in the background because they felt like it, you know? Anything over here? We got the streets. Immature, but you have to like him. Yeah, exactly. Oh, look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yeah, but they're all filled in with bricks. Oh, you're right! I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment? There's smoke coming from the chimneys, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much to learn about this place. Bike! Oh, a British bicycle, look! Although the wheel is so misshapen, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dress to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not that I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into a river, I'd know you'd agree with me. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride you around. The exact opposite of what you normally think of. I love it. That's a rather typical brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but ideally with reasonably level floors. The building door, not the bike. I think we got it. No. Do you see all the black smoke rising from the chimneys over there? It says here that in Great Britain, many people heat their homes in winter using coal. The only chimneys I really remember seeing in Japan were on top of the bathhouse. Do you think some of those houses could be on fire? Not at all. Well, even so, that much thick smoke building up to the heavens is surely going to turn the whole sky black sooner or later. Gosh, you may be right about that. Haha! Don't worry about pollution, guys. Ooh, geez, nothing to see here. Global warming doesn't exist. Teehee. Okay, that seems to be all the things I can examine. So now, let's talk with Gregson. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in The Adventures of Sherlock Holmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am.
Oh, and you know I've always dreamt of wearing a real Bobby's helmet.
It does make them look the part. Seeing that policeman there with his helmet on, you can certainly get the sense that this is a man who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city.
Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful?
Being a London Bobby is hard going, I can tell you.
Oh, really?
First thing in the morning, you know what he does. Goes round and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off to work. What? He wakes people up? Yup, raps on their windows with a long pole. Did it myself, going back a bit.
I had no idea.
The Bobby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. I can't even imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way.
Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama.
On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. When it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps.
Oh my!
I suppose in between all those duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well.
And chase after criminals trying to evade the law?
I'm not sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. I expect to handle those jobs as well. We do have men killing over from time to time, I admit.
I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those helmets, as I said. But it's with a heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo.
Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. Happened around 5 in the evening, 2 days ago, just there on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade in behind.
Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's being treated in the hospital.
Never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means I haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's the odd policy to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still.
Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept.
Local map has been entered into the court record, a street of the local area showing where the victim was found. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and your fellow countrymen. So who did it, do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsume is also claiming not to have seen anyone else around, but
just because he didn't see anyone, it doesn't mean we can be sure that nobody else was present.
Sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure.
How?
Because, ma'am, a precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. Eh, what? We have 2 very reliable witnesses, no less. It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see him. There were witnesses now? Telling me about these witnesses. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? A fellow and his wife. The man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all London. He's a copper from the Scotland Yard. A policeman? That might change things.
And this policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked.
Nothing peculiar about that man, part and parcel of being a Bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that.
Do you think it might be possible
for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest, you can ask him what you like. In court tomorrow. Oh. No doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems.
A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed.
Yes, as a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh, yes, one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect, I hear that was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. What are you bringing him up for? Was it something I said? The color is drained from his cheeks. Well, first let's ask about the trial. that twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. You gonna defend him or not? Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of the Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save that man now. It's a waste of time trying. It is all a bit strange, though. Sorry? The Reaper? He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now.
Yes, we did hear something to that effect.
And the only people he usually bothers with are the real scum, the master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals?
The violent ones?
That's right, he handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsume wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely? That's just my point, sunshine. Yeah, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper to want to sink his teeth into, for want of a better phrase. Again with the vampire imagery. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No, there's gotta be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest.
Really? What sort of reason, Inspector?
You think I can tell what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it?
Yes, we are. He's our rival. Oh my god, they were rivals.
Oh, right, Sherlock Holmes. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsume who mentioned it. He said that Mr. Sholmes was with the police when they entered his lodgings.
I'm sure it was a result of one of Mr. Sholmes' inspirational great deductions.
Fiddle faddle! The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere.
Oh,
I don't know where he gets his information from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime, wanders around spouting incomprehensible rubbish, and before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yeah, he's quite astounding, isn't he?
He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he?
Gabble gabble.
Yeah.
Have I seen this before? Yeah, that's Rance magazine.
Mr. Throwing Wines in the court welcome. Yup. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Sherlock Holmes appears.
Yeah, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of the Yard's detectives in its stories, and the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Sherlock Holmes tale at all.
Well, I suppose there is an element of that.
We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumped by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all of our criminals.
That can't really be true, can it, Inspector?
Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective.
Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion?
Oh, yes, what is it?
Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this.
By him, do you mean Mr. Sholmes?
Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, exactly.
Look at those shining eyes. Oh, you can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsume did blame Sholmes for all this, didn't he?
Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in the case, or are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you it's not something of my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Sholmes again.
The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address even, so how?
It's Baker Street.
How do you know that? Yes, that is one thing I noticed. In the Japanese dub, they just keep saying Sherlock Holmes, but in English they have to say Sherlock Holmes due to copyright reasons.
It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world.
Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing to stop us from going, I suppose. Better try to find our way there before Miss Hisada-san gets any more excited and unpredictable.
Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage.
So we're to have a reunion already with the great detective, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Alright, I guess we can just move. Sholmes is sweet. Can we really visit, do you think? Oh, pinch me, I'm sure I must be dreaming. Ooh, cutscene. We love getting to see the animation.
Thank you very much. It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day. Thanks again. This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
It's so stately and nice. Oh, look at all the plants. That's cute. I like that. I appreciate that. I really wish I had more plants in my own house, but I'm just so nervous about killing them. Whoa, this place is cluttered. The 19th of February, 12:53 p.m., Sholmes' Suite.
So this is where the great detective makes his living. It feels surreal to be here somehow.
What the fuck is that?
Is it as described in the stories, Mrs. Sato?
Yeah, it does look like it's very nice. If you get rid of all the clutter, that is. Especially with the fireplace going.
Susato-san?
Many famous cases have been solved here in this very room.
Oh, I suppose they must have been, yes. I've never read the story, so it's hard to get quite as excited about it as she seems to be.
The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it, the romanticism. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo?
Oh, I suppose I can, yes.
So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer.
Please don't mind me.
Oh, wait, no, that was her. Please don't mind me.
She's obsessed. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at present. Excuse me, is anybody home?
Oh, do we have a visitor? Oh, you! Of course it's you. Hello! Is it a big new case from Mr. Sholmes?
Hello? Wait, aren't you...
Oh, how rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once.
I'm sure it's the same girl. Mrs. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here?
Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the King of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Sholmes to take on his case.
The King of Bohemia?
King Wilhelm Gottsreich. What the fuck? King Wilhelm Gottsreich Sigismund von Ornstein. Of course.
Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there.
The tea's brewed and I have a freshly baked cake as well. Oh, it's you.
I knew it. Susato-san recognizes her too.
Sato makes Herlock fan cams on the down low. Oh my god, she totally would. If like Twitter and TikTok existed back then, she would make fan cams. She's just obsessed enough for it. Oh, are we seeing this again? Oh, there you are. I'm taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine.
It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. McGilda's trial in the defendant's antechamber.
I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London.
Oh, yes, it was challenging.
Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know.
Thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color?
Oh my, what a fragrant yet mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after your long voyage here, and you have yet another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend the Japanese man? I do wish you lots and lots of luck. Did Mr. Sholmes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Hurley, do you?
Hurley? Mr. Sholmes to you, surely.
Mr. Sholmes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Hurley's out on an errand again today, even though he's just returned from overseas.
Wait a minute. We met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think?
And perhaps more to the point, why is she here in Mr. Sholmes' suite? Oh, silly me, I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. I live here together with Hurley.
Iris, is it? What a lovely name.
What?
What's the matter?
No, wait, this can't be. Did you say that your name is Wilson?
What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden?
Yes, that's right. And what are your names?
Oh, I'm Yonosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan.
Oh, sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Mikotoba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely! Susie and Runo. Got it. Susie?
And Runo. There's more to this girl than meets the eye. I have so many questions for her, I don't know where to start.
Yes, and so do I. Alright, well, before we do anything, examine, as is the Ace Attorney way. What the fuck is this?
What on earth is this huge, over-the-top machine?
That's the great analytoscope. It can analyze anything, really. Anything at all. That's absolutely incredible. It's one of Hurley's inventions. It took him a whole year. He said it was to help him with his investigations. What sort of things has he analyzed with it, do you know? Well, actually, he hasn't used it for anything yet.
Oh, why not?
Apparently, on the evening he finally completed it, it suddenly occurred to him, I don't actually have anything I need to analyze. Oh, hello, M! Welcome in! We're kicking off the fourth case by getting to meet a child who lives with Herlock Sholmes. Oh, dear. How about you, Runo? Do you have anything you'd like to analyze?
The only thing that springs to mind is this machine itself.
Chemistry tools? No, that's not allowed. No, is that a fucking, nope, that's a skull.
There's all sorts on these shelves. Chemistry apparatus, books, papers, and lots of things I've never seen before. It's all heaped up so high I can't help feeling that the whole lot is going to topple at any moment.
I keep telling Hurley not to cram so much on those shelves.
Good advice.
He wanted to look something up in one of those books a while ago, but it was so tightly wedged in he couldn't get it out, so he went and bought a new copy instead.
Okay.
Assuming that's a violin.
I've seen pictures of Western musical instruments like this. It's called a violin, isn't it?
Of course it is. Mr. Sholmes is renowned for his violin playing.
Oh, really?
Absolutely. It's often explained in the stories. It's inspirational, Mr. Naruhodo. Inspirational. I immediately started playing the koto, which was the closest Japanese stringed instrument I could find.
What a shame you couldn't bring it with you to London.
Oh, yes. Well, Papa was beaming when I asked him if he would buy me one. But after a while, he asked if I would only practice when he was out of the house. So now it's merely an ornament in my room.
That must have been an awkward conversation.
Oh, hey, that's an achievement. Second-rate strings for having examined the violin before talking. I'm assuming before talking with Iris. More than likely. Sounds like nonsense. I love it. Yeah, it's exactly your Ace Attorney thing that you'd expect. The characters emote in these games. It's so good. I love the little animations that they've done for them. Up here.
I do like this fireplace. It's one of the best things I've seen since we arrived in the country, in fact. Lingering beside the fire and watching the flames flicker and dance on the grate. It's so relaxing.
We can't relax, not when there are so many interesting things on the mantelpiece. Oh, it's just as it was described in the stories.
It is?
Yes, exactly. Inside the Persian slipper, for example, are my chocolates for 11s. And transfixed by that large jackknife is my shopping list for the market. Oh, it's not quite how I remember it being described in the Adventures of Sherlock Holmes.
Poor Susato-san, she looks crushed.
Do you want like a threat letter or something, Susato?
Broken fantasies. Yep. Never meet your heroes, kids. It looks like this huge metal chest is being used as a table for tea and coffee. It seems very sturdy with an equally sturdy lock.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't go around opening things. I always have to keep an eye on you, don't I? You're very mischievous.
How did you come to that conclusion?
Ooh, that chest! Contains some of my most valuable things. And that smile tells me you're not going to give us any clue about what they are. Not the teapot or the fireplace itself. No photos. Oop, the shelf. A mystery shoe, a curious hammer, some mysterious dancing men, a bust of Napoleon. Ah, what an entrancing collection! This is the first time in my life that I've seen a lonely old shoe displayed as an ornament. Oh, those are all mementos that Hurley has collected from his past cases.
Really? Even the bust?
Yes, that's right. When the mood takes him, he likes to throw it on the floor and smash it to dust.
The poor defenseless emperor, Mr. Sholmes destroys it.
Yes, and then he buys a new one. You make it sound like he has the temperament of an insane sculptor. How entrancingly bohemian of him.
Okay. Just casually breaking statuettes because you can. How fucking rich is he?
Oh, is this Iris' side of the room? It's almost just as cluttered as the rest of it. Oh dear. He's rubbing off on her, isn't he?
What a beautiful English tea set. It's so neatly arranged.
It's a favorite pastime of mine, a cup of herbal tea in the afternoon. Tea made of herbs. That's right! I grow all sorts of herbs in the garden so I can experiment with different blends. One moment! Don't go away! I'll brew pot a special blend I came up with earlier today.
She looks delighted. I only hope it's safe to drink.
Cute little girl just enjoying having company over for tea. Ah, that's my blackboard where I note down ideas.
Oh, interesting. Let's see. Black Peter? What does that mean?
Don't you want to hear what Iris has to say, Mr. Naruhodo? I'll come back to that blackboard later. And this shelf here. That's a charming little white shelf and full of charming little bottles too. Oh yes, but don't touch any of those. They might explode.
Explode?
Are they exotic chemicals to use them for exciting experiments? Yes, indeed. And as Hurley always says, chemistry is an explosive science. Sorry. I agree. A single discovery can trigger an explosion of innovation all around the world.
Or perhaps he just meant it literally. Either way, mental note, do not touch any bottle that belongs to Iris. I love how threatened he feels at all times. It's very funny.
Oh, there we go.
What on earth is that big black lump over there?
Ah, that fascinating thing is called a typewriter. It's a machine that allows you to write on paper without needing a pen. And whizzily quickly, too.
Oh, that sounds like it could be very useful for someone like me with terrible handwriting.
The chair, perhaps? No. The books? No. This shelf? Nope. Okay, I think we've examined everything we can. With that done, now we can converse.
It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At the Old Bailey?
Yes, that's right. You are ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming.
Though at the time we did have a rather large gun pointed at us.
Like this?
Ah!
Thinking back now, you left Mrs. Strahd in tow, didn't you? Oh, she's so cute, little girl. I want to pet her head, and then she'd smack my hand away, but I want to pet her head. I'm gonna pet her head with my mouse. There we go.
Oh, yeah, that awkward witness, Gina Lestrade.
Oh, Ginny! Yes, she's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that.
Are you referring to that trial-disrupting gun-like contraption?
Exactly, so I followed her, you see, to get it back. Perhaps I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions.
This girl's dangerous.
Anyway, I brought Guinea back here after that, so she could apologize to my trusty technician.
Sorry, your technician?
Hurley, of course, silly!
Hurley?
Yes, Herlock Sholmes. We live here together.
I had no idea the great to say that detective had such an interesting young daughter.
Daughter? Not likely!
What?
I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well then, what is your relationship with Mr. Sholmes? Well, I expect you found out that lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate.
Your roommates?
I hope you don't mind me asking, Iris, but how old are you? 10 at last this year!
Well, what of your mother and father?
Oh, no, they're not around.
Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there.
Wilson. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course. Go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes and... Oh, you have a copy of Rand's magazine! Yes, I read every issue. It's delivered all the way to Japan on the ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world.
My stories?
That's right. Hurley's always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me all about them. They really are quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if I was the only one who ever heard of them, don't you think? Goodness. Last night, he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from a faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came.
So you are the author?
Yes! I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure The Speckled Band.
The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar.
Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories, here and there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble.
Oh, that was Mr. Sholmes' first thought as well, actually.
Yes, and of course I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but... It's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think. Don't you?
So, do you mean to say...
Are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in the Rance magazine all written by me? Yes! On my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've ever read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson.
Sada-san's getting more and more worked up.
Yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson.
But what about the doctor of medicine part?
That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine.
No, what, 10 years old?
At 10 years old.
Wow, that's quite incredible.
But, Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling.
Oh.
Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow?
I suppose it does, yes. Poor Susada-san, she looks like her whole world is just falling apart. Remember, lads, never meet your heroes. Your deductions just now. About before.
Yes, what's on your mind, Bruno? Do tell me.
How did you know that I was a lawyer and we just arrived in London, I mean?
Yes.
Oh, and that we have a difficult trial tomorrow? How did you know all of that?
Oh, that's what you mean.
Please, tell us how you did it. Explain every detail.
Of course, I'd be delighted. Although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin.
Oh, she looks so dorky with those on.
Iris Wilson is proud to present her Logic and Reasoning Spectacular! First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Bruno. After all, I met you yesterday at the Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber.
But you also said we'd only just arrived in London. How did you know that?
I observed the passport and travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket.
Oh,
So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against that particular prosecutor, telling me you're unaware of London's court affairs.
the Reaper of the Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I?
And then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visited the local prison to meet with a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on comings and goings, you see. I didn't realize. And the red stamp is only used for people visiting foreign inmates. So that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded the trial of Magnus McGilded, the two of you had already had cause to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you was wearing a particularly sad expression on your face, so I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case.
I see.
But how could you have known that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Hurley solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling.
A Japanese man? Well, clearly that must have been... Mr.
Natsume. Now, Runa has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think your outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyway, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man that Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his nose with a knife, you know. He is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions.
A doctor of medicine at age 10, an inventor of a variety of different machines, and better at logical reason than fucking Herlock Sholmes. We love to see a 10-year-old girl just doing it all.
Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct?
They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed to certain something on Mr. Sholmes' delivery.
Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really very good news. You could tell us all about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please.
So yesterday, Mr. Sholmes apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying?
Yes. Hurley had just arrived back in London after a sea voyage, but the police were waiting for him at the railway station to take him directly to the crime scene.
The great detective is a popular man, it seems.
Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. There were witnesses who had seen a short, shifty-looking, stooped man running away from the scene.
A short, shifty-looking, stooped man? Mr. Natsume beyond any doubt. Saseki-san did say that he hadn't seen anybody else in the street at all, but it seems there were witnesses after all.
Hurley used his great deductive powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police, and what did they find? A short, shifty-looking, stooped man shivering in fear.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes' great deduction certainly hit the mark that time.
Of course it did. He's a great detective.
Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for the trial, isn't it?
Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says that London is rife with crime.
Oh.
Scotland Yard is doing its best, but they can't stay on top of it, apparently.
Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire.
That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's terrible.
I suppose it's the harsh reality of the workings of the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, I don't hold out much hope for Saseki-san.
Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Sholmes is at the moment? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about this case as well. Ah, well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene. Of the case involving Mr. Natsume, you mean? Yes, Mr. Natsume? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Iris, do you know where those lodgings are? Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there?
Yeah, we know Inspector Gregson.
Oh, goody! In that case, give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know.
What is this?
A 5-shilling piece on a postcard, it seems.
Iris's postcard, a card from Inspector Gregson with a message on the back from Iris.
It reads, "Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem." Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it?
Well, thank you, Iris. We'll give it a try.
She's fucking bribing the man. Good luck then. I'm going to return to writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blends of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime.
So somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men at Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. Oh, that's a save point. Oh, we weren't too far off. It was only another hour, and that was with some chatting in the middle. Okay, that's fine. We still have part 2 of the investigation, I believe.
Bum, 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 bum.
Oh, that's a cute emote. Where'd you get it? "19th of February, 2:38 p.m., Briar Road." Oh, hang on, let me check the court record before we hand anything over to him. Looks like the police are still here carrying on with their investigation. Our on-brand from Kazuma. Briar Road, this is marks the spot, I guess. Calabash Road, Mearsham Street? Okay. 221B, Baker Street, London North. This card is so cute with the little flowers. Adorable. My connection's being bad, but it's nice hanging out on your break. Thank you for being here while you're on break. I appreciate you stopping in. I hope your workday is going all right.
This is a 5-shilling piece, isn't it? I believe it's called a crown.
Yeah, and you can train a Scotland Yard detective to do whatever you want with just a single one.
Iris must be the most powerful 10-year-old in the world.
How much is 5 shillings, by the way? What's it really worth?
Well, it's probably enough to buy all the chips the inspector could possibly eat in a whole month.
It even belongs to Becca, the artist who drew mine. Oh, that's very nice then. I noticed that you have your own with the little grin there. Do you have any other emotes, Em? I think I've seen you use that one a couple of times, but I don't remember seeing anything else. That's greasy. Can I not flip it over? I guess not. Oh, you know what? I remember seeing the lull and the him faces. Those are also good. Wait, what the? Excuse me, why is there an egg pizza emote, Em? Can you explain that to me? What the fuck is egg pizza? Please tell me that's a cooked egg at the very least.
Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible.
Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips to look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. You don't understand the question. What do you mean you don't understand the question? Why do you have an egg pizza emote?
That's not just a thing that you normally see, Em. Let's see, Oh, hello, Rudy! Welcome in! We just got done speaking with Iris, who is Herlock Sholm's assistant. And also manuscript writer. And really, I get the feeling it should be flipped. He should be her assistant, but you know, it's fine. It's fine. There's only so much a 10-year-old can do. Because you commissioned it from another artist. That doesn't explain why there's an egg pizza, Em. Why did you need egg pizza? No, I don't need to present it. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gadabouts, that's for sure. We have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? Missed the first appearance of Herlock Sholmes in a boat. Yes, you did, Rudy. We managed to get that case done in, I think, it just entirely one stream. It looks really great when it isn't shrunk to emote size. I don't know why you needed an egg pizza, but at least it makes you happy. What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee, that's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see, you mean... That's right, for the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me, every time. Yes, yes, of course, I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, they're using my name without my say, so it does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I am sorry, Inspector, that must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, what do you want to know then, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust it won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mrs. Natsume's lodgings. Ah, the little knife-wielding mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel, just over there. Look. On the first floor of that house on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle's propped up. That is nearby indeed. If I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Garridib. Garridib? Garridib? Did I roll the R? Garridib? Garridib. I'm just going with that. Right, well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it! You tell her that Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship! Imagine having a fucking Scotland Yard detective eating out of the palm of your hand as a 10-year-old. Iris! She's great. I love her. Well, at least he told us what we wanted to know before he left. Yeah, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely! Anything new to examine while we're here? The building description seems to have changed. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It's crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decidedly worse shape than the other houses around here. According to Inspector Gregson, that's the house where Mr. Natsume has his lodgings. Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see. It must be awful for Saseki-san getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. Okay, anything else new? No. Okay. New location has been added. Natsume's lodgings. Oh my. Why is every house that we're going into such a fucking mess? 19th of February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Oh gosh. What sort of voice do I give you? May I help you?
Yes, would this be the residence of Mr. John Garrideb?
Indeed it would, sir. And whom may I say is calling?
My name is Ryonosuke Naruhodo.
Mrs. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Soseki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garrideb.
Did you see that, Mrs. Sato? That was a real-life English maid.
I know, and as I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. No, we've certainly seen one before. She was on the fucking jury. She was a whole ass maid. And she kept on talking about taking out the trash and cleaning up filth. That was a real maid there.
Certainly feels like we really arrived now, doesn't it?
You need only meet a butler and the experience will be complete.
Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment.
Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garrideb will see you now. This way.
There he is. Let's examine first. I noticed you have a pile of books here, Mr. Garrideb. Do you enjoy reading? Oh god, now you. Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book.
Oh, there's a copy of Rand's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrideb enjoys the adventures of Herlock Sholmes too.
The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. With a fucking apron on it. That's a full-size cannon. What's it doing in here?
Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica.
That old thing? Bah, that's a little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off and never tired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is gonna throw at you next, boy.
Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Garrideb?
Always is. Take Joan here, never fails to have a clean apron in reserve. Dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry very well in the cannon there, Joan tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge can looks like it's hanging its head in shame. The shelf? No. The coat? Yes.
That uniform looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after, though.
That old thing? Pah, not much better than rags, really. Oh? Wore that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, it doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, does it?
Oh, I see. Perhaps we should leave the past in the past?
Nope, not the sword. The shelf.
That looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner.
Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say, although it bothers me that it's not straight. What, that old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the general would turn in his grave if I disposed of it. The wall's best place for it. Keeps the bully thing out of my way. So it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose?
There appears to be a description on the medal itself. Look, let me see. It says, "For distinguished participation."
Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that for my time in the army. Can't measure an officer by the number of medals to his name, of course. Common knowledge in military circles. Yes, you can. You actually can. It's the whole thing where you get more marks and stuff depending on like marks and medals and badges and shit, like stripes on the things. Like, it's you can judge them. Are those mortar shells? They're enormous.
I hadn't noticed. What are they doing here?
Those old things. A couple little rounds accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of colorful regiment folklore, that incident. Do you mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? I wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come unuseful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Murder. Yes, well.
Joan here did manage to knock one of the bally things on my foot the other day while she was dusting. Oh no! Hadn't shed a tear since 1869 before then, you know. Maybe reconsider throwing them away? Murder. You drop that on someone's head, they're fucking dusted. Or like you take it, like we can just treat it like the Thinker statue from the first game. Wham! Right over the head. One and done. Also, sorry if you heard that scratching noise. My ring bumped up against my headset. I'm not used to it yet, but I like it a lot. Oh yeah, my engagement ring came in! I was almost late to stream for it, but nope, I was on time and I have my engagement ring and it's very pretty and I'm happy to have it. It's great. That portrait of Mr. Garrett was glaring at me, I swear. Have you noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Garrett as well? Yeah, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Ah, yeah, seemed to come back from the local pawnbroker with that little trinket. Seemed to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a bally wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. Point of fact, now that I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. Got any pics to share? Not yet! We didn't have time to take proper pictures before I had to start streaming, but we're going to take pictures later today when, before we go out to go see Across the Spider-Verse, because we're seeing it like 2 or 3 months late, but we're finally seeing it. It's a very pretty ring though. It's Morganite, that pink gemstone and rose gold, because I want to have the wedding in the spring during the cherry blossom season in DC, which means it'll be all pink and pretty. So I got a ring to match that. I love pink, if you couldn't tell based on my homemade layout using a bunch of pink. I am nothing if not predictable. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Susato-san doesn't pull her punches, or her throws for that matter. What layout? The layout for the stream with my little chat box. And the window for the game. I made that layout. I don't have anything else laid out yet because I was making my layout and then did nothing else. I got like through this and then it's like, oh well, that's the only one I actually need. I'll just do my break and stuff later, and then I never finished it. Oh no, you're fine, Rudy. Can I examine this up here? No, but I can examine the window. This window looks out over Briar Road where the young woman was attacked. Oh yeah, I can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. Does this thing open at all, I wonder? You shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner will go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. Seems very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. And then this little partition here. It's a very nice partition. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Ahem! Maybe let's not, Mrs. Otto. I think the maid is going to head us off with a cup of tea. Ahem! Can I examine this down here even though it looks obviously burned? No. Alright, let's go over to the side. Oh, do they have cakes? I want cake. You want to know something incredibly disappointing? Strawberry shortcake. Every single time I go to have it, I'm like, oh man, strawberry shortcake, it's gonna be so sweet and moist and delicious. No! The only good thing about strawberry shortcake are the actual strawberries. The cake is always so disappointing because it's just a bland, plain, old vanilla cake. And like vanilla cakes, if you're not getting specifically something really expensive, vanilla cakes don't really taste like much. Every single time I go to get strawberry shortcake, I'm always disappointed, but I fall into the same trap, thinking that strawberry shortcake will taste great. Ugh. That's why you always take ice cream. They're guaranteed to be sweet. Yes! Yes, ice cream is one of my favorite desserts. You basically can't go wrong with ice cream unless you use, like, garbage mix-ins. But, like, I'll take plain vanilla ice cream over a cake any day. Oh, look! What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? It looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea's time of indulgence, you know? It's quite the English way. It is Mr. Garrett's custom to take two cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. Oh, wait a minute, though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Well, naturally, and it would never do to waste the leftovers. Sort of Mr. Garrett doesn't eat. I say to myself, Joan, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. So I'm making great just like mixing strawberry and chocolate together. Yeah, I mean, like, okay, strawberry and chocolate can go very well. It just depends on how you're doing it. Like, chocolate-covered strawberries exist, and they're delicious. I love chocolate-covered strawberries. However, if you're just mixing, like, chocolate and strawberry ice cream together, no. You eat each ice cream flavor separately. You do not mix your flavors. That is why Neapolitan is not mixed. It is the separate flavors, each one in a line. When it comes to cakes, chocolate and strawberry does work quite well normally. But you need to make sure you have a very good balance of like chocolate cake to strawberry filling, or else chocolate cake gets really dense and really dry if you're not careful. So if you don't have that fruity filling inside to balance it out, it will be so heavy and dry and just not good. We went strawberry picking, my fiance and I, a couple weeks ago, and we used the fresh strawberries in our own attempt at making a chocolate cake, but we didn't have the confidence to split the cake in half like you're supposed to. So it was like a whole like normal layer of cake, and then we just kind of like folded the cake on itself. And so it was way too much chocolate cake to strawberry, to the point where sometimes you couldn't even taste the strawberry. It was really disappointing because the strawberries themselves were excellent. They had like an almost like, they were still fruity, but a little bit of like a floral flavor to them is what I would say. Like just there was just a freshness to it that you don't get with store-bought strawberries. So I would definitely go picking them again, assuming that it's not as hot as it was when we went that day. Personally, go with something else like chocolate, with chocolate like nuts or mint. That is a very good pick. Chocolate and mint is one of my favorite things, actually. I used to work at a candy store. I've mentioned this previously, way in the past. And there was like 2 or 3 truffles that were my go-to. One of them was a dark chocolate sea salt caramel. Another one was, oh god, I can't remember what it is now. There was a dark chocolate sea salt caramel. There was the dark chocolate mint chip one. And then there was one other that I really, really liked. But for some reason, it's escaping my mind. Oh, I remember what it was now. Because there was the 2, we had like large truffles and small truffles. The large truffles, those were the 2 I was describing that I liked. And then with the small ones, there was another dark chocolate caramel one. But it was like a fleur de sel. So I want to say it was a French salt thing. And so that one was another one that I really liked. I was sitting here like, why can't I remember it? Because it was a different type of truffle, that's why. Yes, the shelf. Oh, that shelf is busted. Look at this crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? How my, a genuine London dresser. Isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken and the crockery is... Oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The word cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yeah, probably something like that. But let's not delve too deeply here. Ooh, the candlestick is missing. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yes, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. That old thing. Yes, just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Give him crack, really. Oh, used it when I was studying, don't you know? For my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to, really, but, well, still has its uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate story behind it? They're memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories. Oh, pistachio ice cream. You bought one just for the fun season and ended up loving the flavor. Oh, I can't do pistachio myself. I just don't like most nuts unless they're specifically added into things that I already like. For example, chocolate and nuts I can usually deal with. I prefer chocolate without nuts. But if it's just a nut on its own, no way. My one exception is like peanut butter. I'll eat peanut butter. Not peanuts, but I will eat peanut butter. Good day to you, John Garrett, about your service. Pleased to meet you, sir. This is Vietnamski Naruhodo. He's a defense lawyer.
Do excuse me not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Mai Wan, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings.
So he's a retired soldier.
It's a hell of a job getting up and downstairs, now I can tell you. Don't get out much as you can imagine.
Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the stairs. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo.
Do you think so?
Well, Mr. Garadep, no doubt you are very courageous to earn yourself a medal.
It was nothing. Medal's just a folderol, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though. So I grudgingly displayed it on the wall.
There's also that version of pistachio ice cream where they use the... What was the word? Not in the form of nuts. Are you talking about flavoring? Like with almond extract? Yeah, it's the flavor for me usually of nuts that I don't like, actually. The textures can be hit or miss. Like, I can deal with almonds and pecans in terms of the texture, and like they're less nutty in terms of the flavor. So those are the ones I go for if I have to, but like if I don't have to, I just avoid nuts entirely. Kind of like with mushrooms. Like, I will eat mushrooms if they're put in front of me, but I'm not gonna go out of my way for mushrooms just because, like, I never liked the texture for them. And then you combine that with, like, it's a savory flavor, but it's still so, it's like smoky, earthy in a way, and not in a way that I appreciate. So, mushrooms are just one of those things where it's like, I'll eat them if they're in front of me or, like, included in a dish, but otherwise I tend to avoid them. And sometimes I will go out of my way to not eat them. Like, if it's on pizza or something, it's like, no, I don't want mushrooms on my pizza. I'm counting different kinds of mushrooms. Yeah, it does depend on the mushroom. That's fair. Has their own textures. I'm used to shiitake. We use shiitake in, like, basically everything.
Why don't you fetch it down, Joan? Let those good people see it properly. Joan, fetch that.
Oh dear! Oh dear! Oh, if that's boiling hot tea, then she could just burn him forever?
Dash it all, woman! Be careful!
Oh dear me, I do beg your pardon, sir.
You jolly nearly took the skin off my hands.
Oh no! Oh, that would be fucking painful. I should be more careful, sir.
So anyway, well, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that correct?
Yes, we'd be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. The ones that are usually on pizza are those that are kind of flavorless and more like filled with liquid.
That's how the maid became the murderer. Yes, just pour tea on someone. Burn them to death.
Oh, God, that's not pleasant to imagine. Boiling hot water is, spicy.
Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in the Blighty. We've forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in the public eye, as it were.
Oh, is it? Not just any tea, but boiling hot water. Yes.
You even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, would you believe?
Yes, Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business.
Liar. You have the book. Oh, but you have a copy of Rand's magazine here, so...
But, no.
Anyway, the chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak. So he's in Soseki-san's room?
It's a bally nuisance is what it is. The whole neighborhood's switching its curtains now. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling.
About Mr. Natsume. About Mr. Natsume then, Mr. Garrett, please do tell us.
Ah, yes, the Japanese chap only been lodging here for a week.
Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then?
I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor, one just below us. The first floor room became available a week ago, you see. There've been... Oh! Dash it all, Joan, do be careful.
Oh my goodness, I'm terribly sorry, sir. If you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes on him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joan, that man is trouble. Sooner or later he's going to do something untoward. And I'm rarely wrong about anything.
Won't be calling this man as a witness, that's for sure.
Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Yes, oh yes indeed, there was.
And she's dying to tell us.
Oh, let's go to Shady Lodger. Had you noticed anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? About your lodger, Mr. Natsume. Oh my word, yes, the man was shadier than an orchard. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room, absolutely stuffed full of books it is, more than anyone could ever read. And he never so much as passes the time of day without another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too.
Oh, I see.
That gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. But I've never known that Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understood that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house. Is that correct?
That's right, yes, they're both below us, on the first floor on the street level.
Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed.
Stop burning him! No, don't be mean. Good grief, Joan, be more careful, woman.
Oh my goodness, sir, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. And the incident 2 days ago.
It seems that the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out of the window at around that time? A window?
Yes, we noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby?
5 o'clock is dinner time in the Garrett household, so I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. How's about you, Joan?
No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road.
Oh, I see.
Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then?
Such as?
Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated.
Well, yes? Was there something then? Well, something particularly significant, but around that sort of time in here that... Oh! For the love of God, Joan, watch what you're doing.
Oh, dear me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir.
Do be more careful, woman.
Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Narrow Hollow. Is that kettle magical? The amount of boiling liquid seems bottomless. Yeah, it's just Ace Attorney animation things.
Oh, yes?
I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I can remember, nothing of any significance took place here at that hour. Nothing at all.
Oh, really, Mr. Garrett? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter, really. Nothing else. Oh! Joan, dash it all, what is the matter with you, woman?
Begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened.
Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quiet, uneventful meal. Joan?
That's right, Mr. Garrett.
What is the matter with these two?
It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what?
I wish I knew.
Mr. Natsume's room. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on?
Why, certainly, just below us on the first floor.
Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak?
Yep, told me not his name. Had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key.
Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services?
That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. I don't see why not. It's just down one flight of stairs.
Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. Surprised he hasn't fired her. Yeah, honestly, like, the second somebody burned me with a cup of tea, I would be I'd be ready to murder them, honestly. Especially if it leaves real burns behind. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps he'll be able to tell us more. Alright, away we go. Back, I suppose? Move. Like as if she's the wife that loves cosplaying. I don't think cosplaying has been invented yet in this time frame. Oops, sorry about that. I was opening my snack because I want a snack. I got these wafers still. Oh, the maid clearly is in charge here. Like, she absolutely has power over that relationship. Nobody gets away with being burnt like that. Okay, wait, hang on. I'm chewing, sorry. I'm getting away from the mic. State's attorney, they can have never-ending hot boiling water on a kettle. Surely can have cosplaying. No. Cosplaying is pretty modern. Never-ending hot boiling water in a kettle is pretty feasible. So I'm just getting through the wafer. Okay, you know what? Role-playing is probably a thing. I don't want to know that about their sex lives, though. Let's be real here. We don't need to know what this couple's into. Oh, you're going the more wholesome, like, tabletop angle. I see. You got me, Rudy. You got me. I wonder, though. I know, like, old versions of playing cards go back to, like, what, 1500s, 1600s? So surely, they've definitely got playing cards at this time. But do they have the concept of tabletop games yet? Beyond, like, you know, gambling and stuff like that. I don't think they do. I'm pretty sure tabletop is a pretty recent invention in terms of, like, the gaming space, or at least, like, war games go back a fair bit longer, don't they? Because they were inspired by military strategy games, weren't they? The role-playing tabletop games that we think of today are definitely recent because they evolved from war games. War games were more about just, like, moving the numbers around, the units, and trying to destroy each other in a mock battle. So if there is anything here, it'd probably be based off of war games instead. Yeah, like chess. Imagine people back then were lacking in things to do. Well, never mind that they're all doing a lot of manual labor, as opposed to those of us today. We've automated quite a few things.
Well, just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for that.
Only non-rich people, that's true. People with money are the ones lacking things to do. That's what they have biking for. Or, what's a British thing? Croquet? I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life.
No, me neither. It's so dark in here, too.
Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think, once upon a time, but for some reason it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere, have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrett told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Fuck Mr. Sholmes. We have a cat! Hello, kitty! He meowed! Oh, and then stretch, and then off it goes. No, come back, please. Oh my, what an adorable little cat! Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into that pile of books as quick as a flash. It was a tricolor Mike, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Give me the cat back, please. Oh, but look at this cat. Oh, look, it's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring Moneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling abroad. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same, and this cat is sure to beckon good luck to him.
It's not doing a very good job so far, is it?
You mustn't say such things.
I didn't say a word.
Why are my eyes such a giveaway? Because you're a sweaty little lad. Don't worry about it. It's okay. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reach the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. With this volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. Ah, so reading it is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Speaking of games, it's Steam sales right now. Have you had a chance to make some impulse-driven purchases yet? No, I haven't even looked at what's on sale. I know a couple of the games on my wish list are on sale, like Tunic, and then I think Cult of the Lamb is too. But I want to see about what else is on there as well. Cult of the Lamb is one of those games where it's like, it already has like streamer integration built into it. So if I'm gonna play it, I want to make sure that I have like the audience. That way people can put themselves in the game and we can see all the funny username shenanigans. So that's gonna wait until I have a bigger audience. Until, if I get a bigger audience, let's be clear. That's a big difference here. If. But Tunic looks like it'll be fun. Just because it's very like classic Zelda feeling when I got to try a demo of it before. Which game again? Cult of the Lamb. It's the one where you play the basically it's that one roguelike game where you play a lamb about to be sacrificed and you have a dark cult in your name to your dark god that saved you. And there is a Twitch streamer integration thing where people in chat can like try and input their name onto the cultists that you recruit throughout the game. And then you can see funny things of like, you know, you're in search for your Twitch chat doing things like fighting each other to the death, so on and so forth. Oh, that's what you mean by how it's written. I'm sorry. Thank you, Healbot. I'm sitting here like, how it's written? Oh, do you mean like, what's the story of the game? I'm so stupid. Don't mind me. Don't mind me. Could you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So it really is just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Ah! Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on in a fit of whimsy. That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely trying. Sound like it was an automatic response. Yeah, I often just jump into like, what is this thing about? Assuming people haven't like heard of it or know what it is. Guess not many ask you how a game you recommended is written. No. Not many do, but that's the first thing I always want to talk about because I love discussing narrative in games. It's one of my favorite things. Narrative in anything. I can't enjoy something without thinking about, like, narratively what it's saying or what it's doing. Not my anime, not my video games, not my books, not my TV shows, nothing. Nothing. I will come out of a movie going, wow, the themes in this were great, or, that was a little bit disappointing. Not anything else. The Legend of Heroes series. No, I don't believe I am. What is that about? That does seem to be wading into a crevasse between the mountain of books on either side. Crevice? I think it's crevice, not crevasse. Crevice. I suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat, but surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes. Surely he dreamt the books every night as well. Yeah, he must have done, mustn't he? Oh, what's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Oh yes, Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase, 2 days ago at 4:45 p.m. That's the day of the incident. That's just a short while before he was embroiled in a terrible attack. Trails in the Sky, Trails of Cold Steel, Trace from Zero. Oh, yes, I'm familiar with the Trails of games. I've never played any of them myself, but I know quite a few people who are into them. They seem like more niche JRPGs, right? He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. I wouldn't say niche at this point. Yeah, it's getting more traction. They used to be niche. Second-hand book receipt. A receipt discovered in Mr. Natsume's room for some books that he had purchased from a second-hand bookshop before the incident occurred. Alright, the mountains of books, not the tea kettle, not the seat or anything. Oh, the waste bin, maybe? Look at all these balls of paper on the floor. There are notes scrawled all over them in English. It looks like the waste paper basket is so full they've just fallen out. I think Mr. Natsume must have been deeply immersed in his research, don't you? Or deeply averse to tidying up his mess. I wouldn't like to speculate which is closer to the truth. Yeah. Next week, a new entry will be localized. The Legend of Heroes Trails into Reverie. Okay. Nope, that's where he is. That's not the most outrageous positioning. He seems to be enjoying himself and the pile of tomes. Okay, I think that's everything here. So, hello, Mr. Sholmes. Huh? Look, Mr. Naruhodo. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope he won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, you two, good day. Now, let me see. Where was it that we met?
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, we were together on the SS Buria.
Yes, of course, the Burya. And let me see, what happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Asugi. He died tragically, but you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course, the case of Mr. Asugi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it?
Oh!
Well, you seem to remember something of it, at least.
What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. This is Mr.
Oh, no, my dear madam, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruhodo! And Mr. Susato! Try it the other way around, Mr. Sholmes. I lose the first round.
Do we know how to summarize the Legend of Heroes series? The whole series takes place in the same world, but each game entry takes place at a different time and different place of the world. Ah, okay. Is one of them, like, vaguely high school themed or something? I remember people talking about that one, whichever one it is.
In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London, but some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to a crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. So they apprehended Soseki-san in that short an amount of time? I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of past involvements a little. A little? It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls can it distend to an extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones.
I think a cold seal, that one is one focused on students. Okay.
Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from the adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose.
Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned.
Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case.
Since you have JRPGs, you can expect a huge amount of narration and story content. Yep, makes sense. JRPGs are like that. There's no such thing as just short JRPG. If there is one, then it's probably not developed enough. No, not examine. Back. We want to converse. Mr. Natsume's arrest. We know this to be the lodging of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you are assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes. For the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road?
Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines.
But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little?
I'm sorry, Mrs. Sato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean.
What?
I can't believe he was looking Susato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you have no recollection of accusing your astute compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in bibliophily. Do not be deceived into believing that I'm a man of leisure. No, no, no.
I think it's the downside of the series for being huge. It easily scares new people from starting, because many feel the need to know the story that happened in a previous entry and are not ready to sink in 40-50 hours per game entry. Yep, that makes sense. That's actually one of the good things about Final Fantasy, is because each game is unique, unless you're specifically playing one of the numbered sequels, that, like, you can tell people, oh, you don't have to know any of the other ones. But you get to a series of JRPGs, and it's like, so this is a sequel, and other things in this other game affect this one. It's like, yes! Oops! Xenoblade 1 and Xenoblade 2 managed to avoid that, because Xenoblade 2 really only references Xenoblade 1 in, like, the last, I don't know, 10 hours of the game. And even then it's just enough so that way you can get the reference, but, like, you don't actually need to know it. But Xenoblade 3 is, like, entirely made off of, like, let's continue the themes of Xenoblade 1 and 2. Hey, this character is the daughter or grandchild or, like, direct descendant of these characters. Here are concepts from Xenoblade 1 and 2 that are just not explained in this game. They're just a part of the world. And it's like, ooh. Technically, if you're going in without playing Xenoblade 1 and 2, it's a complete experience where you don't need to know Xenoblade 1 and 2, but you miss so much if you don't know Xenoblade 1 and 2 that it's, like, really hard to recommend Xenoblade 3 as a standalone game. And it's like, ah, jeez. That's the JRPG series curse. One can always read spoilers. You can read spoilers, but at the same time, like, reading the spoilers then cuts out the impact of eventually playing the game yourself. Oh dear. Mr. Garadeb, the landlord. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings?
Yes, Mr. Garadeb. Yes, Mr. Garadeb, a retired military man.
It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services.
And it was the first time I ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. Ah ha ha! I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid.
Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer.
And so conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing, sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family.
Goodness, how extraordinary.
As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. It's for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs, specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garrideb. Oh? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost in what he means to say.
If you ever get the chance, give one a try. This summer I'm planning to start Trails in the Sky arc with a friend. We'll be streaming via Discord and see however we can make it during summer vacation. Oh, that's fun! I hope you guys have fun with that, Rudy. I think it's one of the best experiences to play a JRPG with somebody else alongside you, because then you have somebody where you can chat during, like, oh, it's the boring grindy bits, or you guys can swap theories and go back and forth about the writing of the game. So it should be very fun, hopefully. Not quite. We'll both be streaming your gameplay. Oh, so you're playing concurrently. I see.
This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man who's wanted to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later.
Miss Natsume has stabbed no one.
Ah, but sooner or later, as I said.
I don't believe that's the issue here.
How about this dark little room, Mrs. Sholmes? Why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window. Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that?
Surely, not a tax on windows.
Precisely that.
Oh my goodness.
Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps, rapidly closed windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money.
How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light.
Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So some 40 years ago, thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price.
Because the room is so awful, I should think.
Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Is that it? Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. I'm not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Oh, really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust.
Oh, good morning, Sumi. Hello.
Mr. Sholmes. Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? Ah, ha, ha! My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Yes, that was indeed my initial intention, but there are simply too many fascinating books in here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are 2 facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. And one more thing.
Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us. How you doing today, Sui? How'd you sleep?
I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garrideb is. Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case.
Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence.
No, you're right.
You're just about to head to bed. Wait, Sui, did you stay up all night?
Is that what this is?
Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret.
Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo.
Away he goes.
A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room.
Any other new stuff to search? Does not look like it. Oh, and he's still there. 5 a.m. Whoa. Your body clock starts at 12 NN. I don't know what that means. Would that be noon? Daily work starts at 2. I'm assuming NN means noon. "19th of February in Mr. Garrideb's room."
Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forget his name, still hard at work down there?
Mr. Herlock Sholmes?
Yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show.
I'm playing games all night, so yes, it was amazing. Oh, that's good to hear, Sui.
Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Go! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bully well doing?
I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave if you'd be so kind.
Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all your assistance.
Not at all, not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging.
Got robbed by the Steam Summer Sale. We were just talking about that earlier. You're playing Grounded. What's that game? Anything I can investigate? Anything? No. Also Splatoon 3. I do love Splatoon 3. I'll talk with them just in case. No? Maybe over here? Oh! He came upstairs. Oh no. Why the fuck are you crouching at the window like that, good man? Oh jeez.
What's he doing over there?
But Mr. Sholmes?
Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service.
What were you doing over by the window?
I'm given to watching the evening skies sunsets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I take the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, Keep an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London on gathering. Ah, one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Yes, Lamp, it's hard not to love him. He's just such a fucking idiot, but also intelligent man at the same time. Wait, he's not talking about, is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There's just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark! Mr. Garadab. I think his silly behavior is all an act. Oh, it must be.
But at the same time, he's so convincing with the fucking silly behavior. Like, man. It's insane how good he is at pretending he's a complete idiot. Sorry, I need another snack. I'm getting goldfish crackers now. Oh, Question for my lovely chat. When you get goldfish crackers, what flavor do you go for? When I was a kid, I loved the plain original ones and nothing else, but now I can't stand anything but the cheddar ones. When I was a kid, I also called them fishy crackers. Come on. Okay. Little snack had, water had. Let's go.
Though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. Oh. I was eating at the same time as I spoke. For those who eat goldfish crackers, what flavor do you go for? When I was a child, I went for the original ones and nothing else, but now I can't have any other flavor but the cheddar ones. I'm afraid, sir, that it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Huh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look. The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Sholmes' conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer shouldn't be simpler, sir. Sorry, couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present his logic and reasoning spectacular. The great deduction is afoot. Topic 1. The nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Aye. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garadeb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. In fact, has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this playful, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam.
Me?
I pray do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is?
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show.
Huh.
Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garodib, at Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Conclusion: a rampaging Asiatic lion. Topic 2, Aftermath. Now, Mr. Garodeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what, we must now ask ourselves, is the true cause of this pain? And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find that answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that have given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. 4 cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable.
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact.
Whatever do you mean?
Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet! The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Conclusion: carpet gnawed on by the starving lion. He's so fucking dumb. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. He's so fucking dumb. Ugh! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea over me. Hold on, he's cooking. No, he's not Healbot. Don't let him cook.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garodeb. I'm afraid I didn't notice.
My deductions can be startling sharp. It sounds reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too.
Oh.
Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again, but could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? The deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well?
But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garrett and his mate would have been hurt, or worse.
Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man had his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said they sold the lion to the circus.
And what about the food? Meats and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea.
Ah, my dear Mrs. Sato, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea.
Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Miss Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again.
I had a feeling that was coming.
A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it.
Excellent! I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help Mr. Natsume's case, but still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. See, Herlock's is very clearly leading Ryunosuke. You don't need to lead him, though. It's completely unnecessary. Just get it right, Sholmes. Let us start again from the beginning. Oop, there we go. Of Sherlock Holmes, logic and reasoning spectacular. So you can continue the fool's act. There's no point, though. Everybody knows him as a great detective. He doesn't have to pretend to be dumb. But he doesn't have to act. Everybody knows he's smart. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Oh, doesn't know him, but strangers will surely underestimate him. But he's in like one of the biggest publications in London. Who hasn't heard the name Herlock Sholmes? Ah, for a man with military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Aye. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. I really didn't see the lion thing coming.
No, but if you observe Mr. Garrett's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room.
Yes, something with a very fierce nature.
But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India.
So what was it then?
We must follow Mr. Garrett's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer.
Let's see. The mortar shells? No. Oh ho! This. Let's not make the same mistake. Let's examine it first, just in case. What's this photograph?
It appears to be from Mr. Garrett's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he?
He does, but you can't make out his bride.
No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face.
I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. Newlywed bride, Mr. Garrett.
The bride!
Take that!
Is revealed by the newlywed bride. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garradeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed, surely anyone with such powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garradeb. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, Yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam. He's your favorite character? Oh, yes. I'm not surprised.
Me?
I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction.
It is.
Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue to the beast's current whereabouts.
The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mrs. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Miss Garrideb anywhere.
But it seems there may be clues to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garrideb's wife could be.
Maid? Oh, I mean, she's got a ring, a wedding ring. Or no, that's on the ring finger, so that'd be an engagement ring, wouldn't it? No. It's listed as a wedding ring, though. It's awfully large for a wedding ring.
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue to the beast's whereabouts. Indeed it does! That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrideb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garrideb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garrideb herself!
Oh my! Word!
Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightly surmise, this is the wife. Yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bully quarterback. Ah! It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable circumstances. After all, you're a retired army man, yet you're in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. They were role-playing for their pen and paper session. I guess so. You were right. You got it, Rudy. You got it in one. Now, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously, but listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please! Conclusion? The raging wife of Mr. Garrideb. Solved. Now for topic 2, the aftermath. Now, Mr. Garrideb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, and the pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Hold it. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast.
Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable.
But Mrs. Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he?
Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then.
According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? We've seen it already. Smack! Oh, I didn't. I examined it instead of presenting it. Oh my, look at that bright red mark!
Gosh, that's quite something, and clearly made by somebody's hand.
Yes, Mr. Garrideb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard.
I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing?
Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garridib?
Well, yes.
You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Ugh.
Yep, got it. 1.
How the blazes! How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the arts of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Well, now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garridib to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills has given rise to the pain you suffer.
Didn't Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder?
Yeah, but now we've established that the lion never existed, which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garridib's wife.
Mr. Nodohodo, she's a person, not a thing!
Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face, one so hard that left a perfect hand mark, in fact.
Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder?
I'd love to know the answer to that question.
Let's see here. What is this bookmark? Ah, someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look! Mr. Garrett is clearly an avid reader.
Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark.
Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary.
And look next to the signature here.
Lip marks made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate romantic gesture.
Don't get any ideas, Hisato-san.
Oh dear, I'm sorry.
So this bookmark is actually a love note then? Huh.
Well, now... broken plates down there. Now, what's the love note?
Man, the maid, if she is that powerful to destroy their shelf and leave a slap that is defined into, like, however long it's been since this happened, she must be a powerhouse. She could probably throw one of us across the room. Yes, it is this love note that's given rise to the pain that you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Oh, there she goes again. Ugh. But I don't know the bully woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah!
Unlikely story.
Listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and the note must surely have already been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right, that's what I've been saying. Ah!
Unlikely story.
For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you'd forgotten, is John. Gah!
Unlikely story.
Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. And now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last, unimaginable attack.
Unimaginable?
The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, dearie me.
What could have caused a destructive outburst? This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who's inadvertently revealed the truth to me. You're wondering I settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes.
But surely Mrs. Garrett didn't eat the carpet.
No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt. that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper.
No, that's true. So this is the last part of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Miss Garrett's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer.
Alright, let's see what we can see.
Yes! Let's see, can we look back here? In the window? Windows! The wall! Circus handbill. A candlestick.
Take that!
Because that's a candlestick on the floor.
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need to look at the candlestick. Most eliminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Miss Garrett's mighty arm must have left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused the candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room was in flames. Yes, for the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow, so you see there's but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire.
Oh, he's standing.
Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you!
And he's oh no, somebody catch him. Oh, okay. She got him.
Topic 2, the aftermath. Conclusion, carpet scorched by a small fire. Solved. Deduction complete. Elementary.
I hope he's okay. He just passed the fuck out.
It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discover some rather illicit material.
For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems.
Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt description. Ah! Here we go again. And the carpet? What was that destroyed by the fire when a candle fell on the floor? Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. Old place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bully thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bully furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being.
Over here, Mr. Garrett.
Well, you seem to have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Oh my. Ooh, that's quite bad. Had all my favorite novels in that old case. Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Gosh. Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming. Incoming 10 to dozen. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite. A book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride! Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again. I assure you the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast rampage.
Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again.
It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere and the old stick in full fettle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. That slap lasted 2 days? Whew! Unless she just kept slapping him in the same spot every time, which is likely. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window in the street below.
Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing.
Oh, really? Oh my. Slapping at the same spot. This poor man.
Mr. Sholmes. If I was having that husband, I'd be running away. He can't run, he's got a bad knee, remember? This man's stuck. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, what can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrett's situation now, but what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man was to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret proved to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Ah, ha, ha! Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all the things fall into one of only two categories, those relevant to the case and those not. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already?
If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to.
So that's it. No more time to think.
Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrodeb.
Oh, yes, I'm so sorry.
Thank you both very much for your time.
Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer.
Don't worry, it's how the plot goes. We're gonna take the case.
Finding an excuse to try to run for freedom. She'd catch him, man! Oh, that was the wrong spot. Sorry about that.
It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison.
Yes, I know. Let's hail a cab. Oh.
What's the matter?
It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garrodeb's house.
I'm sorry? I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers.
Are you called an old man, you rum-looking Pimney?
There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
Oh, is this Horatio fellow, eh? What do you want about?
Excuse me?
Hey, what the? Who are you now?
I'm sorry. Thanks for the stream. Oh, are you heading out now, Rudy? Have a good night. Get some sleep. Until next time. See you tomorrow.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah, definitely get some sleep then, Rudy. Oh, boy.
What time tomorrow? 12 p.m. EST. I don't know what that translates to for you, though. Wait, if it's almost 1 p.m. for you now, that means it's 12:45 p.m. for you, so that's 7 hours? That's probably roughly around 7 p.m. for you then, if I had to guess? So, probably dinner time, I had to guess? Well, actually, it's later than most people eat, if I remember correctly. So I tune in for a bit then. Thanks! See you then, Rudy! Have a good night. Get some sleep. I'm sorry, it just looks as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Nosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see.
Lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Oh, wait, no, it was him. Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet.
Who the fuck are you to be posing like that?
Get thee to a nunnery! Do I look a bloomin' nun to you?
Who the fuck are you? Why are you speaking in Shakespeare quotes?
I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fairest and maiden, thou art so gentle, thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garrett residence? Oh, fairest and maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garrett mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er could there be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. Please tell me you're not meant to be Shakespeare. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. The Soseki-san and that man as lodgers. The Garrett house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over.
There he is! Our little suspicious gremlin of a man. 19th of February, 6:31 p.m., local prison, cell 9.
Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Welcome, student Miss Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no, think nothing of it, but relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese! Oh, now let's not get carried away.
Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand...
Oh, hi, Mr. Sholmes. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course.
Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home, to see how our divested friend is faring. So here I'm a cat because he was in prison, thank you, Ace Attorney. Yup, that's clearly what it is, right? That's how this happened. Gloomful room. At least your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is a superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Oh, you! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes! Oh, I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean? And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean?
Well, let's converse and find out. Cursed trial.
Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh, no, why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no, what do you mean? Please, tell
Tell me! Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words!
No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution, ever.
Oh my goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper, but then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances.
Mr. McGilded.
What?
Ah, I am impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail.
Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us.
Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself.
Oh no, he couldn't have, surely.
You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow.
Oh, yes, why of course he is.
Oh, of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that?
That was very good that they cued in his theme to talk about, like, the real truth. Ah, nice.
Van Zieks is quite an exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. But that's good. Soseki looks like he's gonna cry tears of joy. As you're no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage, by any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail.
But it means the wrong verdict can be passed.
And sadly is, from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed.
Oh my.
The adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking.
Disappear? But how?
Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen.
Oh, no.
All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo.
I knew it. I'm dead. Dodo, done for, doomed. Cursed lodgings.
When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garrett's house, I assume? Do you mean to say that you believe the place is cursed?
It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself.
That didn't take long, then.
Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to the room in Briar Road a week ago now.
Yes, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient.
The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He clearly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late, so I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it! But if not, don't mention it in the first place!"
Yes, well said.
But it was true. It was all true.
You mean the room really is cursed, then?
Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole. My sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all.
To believe. Yes, to believe.
To believe.
Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you?
It's about the case in the SS Buria, if you recall.
The Buria. That case. The one with the snake.
Well, yes, at the time I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story, and you helped us to investigate.
I did I? Interesting.
What I want to know is why? Why did you believe me?
Yes, I see. You mean... because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room.
Well, if you like, yes.
I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts.
You must have suspected me a little.
I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me.
What?
You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in.
What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes?
I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do, if the circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned.
But I could have betrayed your trust.
Ah, ha, ha! In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion.
Meaning?
Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
Whether or not I can believe myself? A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Kazuma.
Look at him, living on in us. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe.
Already?
Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me?
Oh dear, there is never enough time, is there?
Say it, man. Come on.
Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you.
There we go. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday, and although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial.
Something crucial.
What to believe in, the defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust in my instincts.
Yes, Mr. Naruhodo.
And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow.
As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue.
Of course, Mr. Natsume.
It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it.
Yes, I think you're right about that.
It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end.
Miss Susato?
Yes?
Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court?
Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. She's so good. I love her. She's so supportive.
Shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind, but it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believes in me, and Mr. Schultz believes in me too now. So it's time that I learn to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight in his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster.
Another to be continued. Alright, we'll get about an hour into the trial, and then we'll have to cut. So hopefully we find a good save point. Otherwise, I'll just have to force it. The 20th of February, 9:23 a.m. The Old Bailey, defendant's antechamber.
Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon?
We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible.
Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass.
Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right.
Good morning!
Yep, okay, it's you.
Miss Natsume, good morning.
Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot.
The other bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally?
Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume.
I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I am too terrified to tremble. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, welcome to Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. And the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Oh, neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mrs. Sato?
I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea.
So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? What, Van Zieks? Is that right, Mrs. Sato?
I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zieks is on the front page of every one.
I knew it.
Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday.
Yes, Inspector Gretchen told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zieks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Oh, what a harrowing experience that was.
I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's.
But wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country.
Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers.
Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us!
Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. It's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper! No, please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that.
Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive!
Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London with little in the way of experience or skills. Or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight in your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume.
Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoa Esquires. I am in your debt forever. I shall never forget this great kindness for as long as I live.
Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. All right then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go.
Yes! I'm sorry for how much I end up screaming by saying his lines. It just seems like it fits him.
This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom, and my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma, because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last, just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight.
20th of February, 10 a.m. on the dot. The Old Bailey courtroom.
In the name of Her Royal Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Oh god, what was your voice? Fuck. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Stronghorn has told me all about you. As you're a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susaru-san.
After all, our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. At our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
Oh, breaking out the wine already, Jesus. That's early. Very true, and a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in the court as impartial members of the public? You're not gonna be fucking impartial. Oh, you have a grudge against us for the last trial. Who the fuck let you on the jury? Who the fuck let you on the jury? You never... Oh god, what was your voice even? You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear.
Oh, you're cute.
You look familiar. I don't know why, though. Were you on the jury last time, too? I can't remember. I don't think you were.
Oh, well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow.
I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustache foreigner did the deed. Who the fuck let her on the jury? She's just outright going in here with a bias. Come on, guys. Same thing with you.
Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Huh? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. Well, our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes. Regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Oop, there it goes. He drank some of it, but also threw it into the flames. So that's 1 and 1. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime, I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst, the bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me, not everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry? Didn't quite catch that. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Hi, Gregson.
Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector of Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize events of this case for the court, Inspector?
Oh, she's so round.
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? They don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger. Fortunately for the Eastern students, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. Happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. My court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
Case file. A file containing an overview of the case and details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in a hospital, yet to regain consciousness.
What of the weapon that was used? Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch. That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now.
With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman.
Even a scraggy-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the plea as evidence as well.
Jackknife, a large but commonplace folding knife. It was found lodged in the victim's back.
Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? What we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she is a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. I see. Well, in that case, we're looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Attention!
Oh, Jesus. Okay, there goes a whole fucking wine bottle.
Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery, but your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to the arrest of the Nipponi student.
Do you mean the animation of him throwing the wine bottle? Because that was very good. It just casually getting it between the fingers and then yeet. I am a mite bit hungry again, so I'm gonna have one more snack. A little brick of fudge. Fudge? Fudge. There we go. Gimme. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh. For sure. Mr. Little Bricker is quite large. Okay, almost done. Almost done. Okay, now some water. Okay, sorry about that. The fudge always takes the longest to eat. Mr. Natsume's arrest. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off scattering his belongings all over the floor, those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here at the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you're referring. I'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Crime scene photograph. A photograph of the scene taken by a policeman just after the incident occurred. A large knife can be seen thrust into the victim's back. Your Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. Just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs that stood at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there was nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Sue's cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. Alright, firstly, let's look at the court record. Did we examine this earlier? Customer Mr. Natsume, the sum of 2 shillings and receipt of the picture of Monsieur Lecoq, a meal for Gaborio, and Canterbury yearnings. And then the case file. Details: a young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Olive green, female, stout build, early 20s, pavement of Briar Road, East Side, reporting officer, Rolly Beat. And then additional notes. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen run away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Okay. Jackknife. Oh, might as well examine it. Can't find anything out of place. Nothing. Okay. Can I do the thing? Ooh. There we go. There's a knife. Oh my. Come on. There. Oh, that just closes it. Well, then I guess I need to go all the way over here. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo, just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Sato.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yes. You don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. Is there anything else to this? No, it's the same on both sides. No markings, no nothing. And the crime scene photograph. Yep, that's the knife. That's her. Okay. So I said it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred and there was an unusually light fog. Let's just press on this, get some more info.
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog, but in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize as I expect you can appreciate. I see. This time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm.
Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling.
Susato-san and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused.
Hold it!
How are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Oh yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he?
That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard.
That is correct, ma'am. Oh, the lame-ass slam. Then we must hear the testimony. The prosecution will of course call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah! The prosecution believes that there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems that the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition? Comatose, no less. I'm afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's been treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be.
Yes, that is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events.
Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Accused ran off, scouting his belongings all over the floor. Oh wait, no, gotta go back, gotta go back. Eesh. Okay, press. Mr. Natsume's belongings? I think you'll find it's all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books. They were irreparably damaged and fallen in the snow, of course.
Oh, those poor books.
Like Hughes could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example.
He's very clever, isn't he?
What do you mean?
He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there.
You mean to say the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord. Yes. That was being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, do I understand? A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. The closest second-hand shop to the accused's lodgings at this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Broad Road and Mearsham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Broad Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home.
Yeah, just cutting across at the very end.
Something like this.
Local map information has been updated in the court record.
Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Naruhodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yes, I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being...
the bookshop's name, because I already know that the receipt shows a different name.
Inspector Gregson, might I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. It may be. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? He was on his way home from Bourbon Books, a second-hand bookshop he apparently patronizes.
Give me this receipt because it is actually your books.
Objection!
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused's room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume. Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Yeah? What? Inspector, do you know this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that... Oh, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question, and this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all...
I have the street map here, if that might be of help.
Oh, yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, It may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true?
My, it rather depends whether this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility.
Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir, what you just said? Absolutely, it absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is your book's establishment? Obviously we looked into that. Turns out that your books is just here on the corner of Measham Street, going east.
Local maps information has been updated in the court record.
And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. The way he regales of such witticisms. To your future career in the circus.
You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you.
I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Ow. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Oop, that's a shattering. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. Ah!
As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try.
What did I say? Yeah, I've had enough of this now. I beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that?
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up.
What do you mean?
If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty.
She's absolutely right.
We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully.
They claim Sasaki-san must have passed the location of the incident on his way home from your books, but... Raise objection! There's another way he could have gone. The assertion just made by the prosecution isn't fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodging without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way round. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. Yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right, as I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was, which route he took home. I don't believe this. I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Oh dear, they're mad. I agree with Lord Van Zeeks, wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now.
In like the 10 minutes it took to get here, oh boy.
Very well, in that case I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
I like trust.
Guilty! 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 Guilty!
That's quite an explosion.
It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve the Queen and country admirably.
Mr. Naruhodo.
No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Corey, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Rights of the defense written into an antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready for Mr. Foreman?
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponi's whippersnapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley.
Very well then.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury,
You will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Here we go, the best part of the court cases in this game. The jurors' contentions.
for pity's sake, that little Nipponi's already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it could only have been the victim.
Man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful.
I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? We've got work to be doing.
Your books, yes. Nice shop, that.
But Bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
Oh. With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, only two people at the scene were the victim. The only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we've heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have an ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now.
Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense?
Miss Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue...
Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at the very least.
Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord.
Yeah, the cheek slaps.
I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it.
There we are. Look at the lad. The defense's rebuttal. Alright, let's press this man.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the sight of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, water under the bridge. Now there's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock... Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. I'm free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Ah, thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history.
Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. And then let's press you.
You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him.
Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Japanese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit.
But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman.
Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. This man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes.
But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible?
Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds?
If I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it.
I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple.
Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit.
Oh my, you're too kind, my lord.
That went well for her.
I would have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh, yeah, like you drew on the map, you mean? Or was it a Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. Not at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. As I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes, why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that I went home along Briar Road. Ah, I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash roadway, it'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Saseki-san might have taken the longer way home.
Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine he'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. This poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. Whatever is the matter, young man?
You're the wife of Mr. Garrett, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room?
The master's wife? Where'd you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand.
Just keeping up that charade? Oh, this is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean?
Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice.
I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, does he?
Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in there a little over a week now.
In that time, surely he must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this?
Oh my goodness me, yes. He's just the sort.
What?
Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. The man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How can people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm. Nothing more.
Well, you just called him a worm, so...
And I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. Well, you don't care? Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's hard slog from dawn to dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, He was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right, Meersham Street it was. Meersham Street?
On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets.
Juror number 5, I need to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. All day it happened, I was digging up Meersham Street from dawn till dusk.
Okay, now let's press that.
So if I understand correctly, you're a day laborer and you're doing road maintenance that day. That's right, like I said, you get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. It's the only time of year fellows like me can actually make a few bob. I'm missing out today. And when you say from dawn till dusk, well, when the work has to be complete within a day, see, no coaches or pedestrians can pass while it's happening. I wonder if I could trouble you, sir, to mark on the street map the exact location of the works you are carrying out. Give it here then. Let me have a look.
Everyone in this trial is banging on the furniture. Yes, they are, It's a good thing it's sturdy and wooden, otherwise it wouldn't last.
Alright, let's see then. Here we are, Meersham Street. Yeah, it was just to your lake. It's a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts of snow that have frozen solid. And at what sort of time did you finish the work? Well, we started in the morning, and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. Snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure.
That means the road work was still going on when Miss Green was attacked around 5 o'clock.
Roadworks on Meersham Street, huh? Well, we might as well press you over here.
Hold it!
Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Now, what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it was slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. I'm sorry, extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now.
It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective.
I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something.
We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo, cunningly.
Yes, you're right. Listen to the jurors again, carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them as mercilessly against each other.
Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Alright, so then let's see. Well, I can only have been the victim, but we actually have you now, right? Yeah, so we can... Let's do you first, because you're digging up Meersham Street, which meant that nobody could pass. And I'm going to pitch you against you.
Objection!
Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Hey, wait. I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? Well, what do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. On the same day, We now know that there were works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable, which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Oh, yeah, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yeah, I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Huh. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yeah, I would like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened.
There we go. That's a good lad.
What about you, sir? Me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in, that's what I say.
Just need 2 more.
Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat.
Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that could make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely.
Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. Von Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal.
Thank God he follows the rules of this and doesn't talk like he's not supposed to. Otherwise, he'd be cutting in here like, shut the fuck up.
Thank you, counsel. On the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord.
Let's see. Same thing there. Same thing there. Okay, so we're gonna pit you against you.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2, juror number 6.
Whatever do you mean, sir?
I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot.
But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey.
That's correct. But he does remember seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes.
Yes, we are well aware of all this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Can we really be sure of that, madam?
Whatever do you mean?
I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood.
Oh my!
My goodness, you mean? That's right, I'm referring, of course, to the hard of hearing juror number 6.
What? Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that.
My goodness me!
Huh? Sorry? Need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
You witty old man, if you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago.
And really, what were you thinking? Wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for you to walk the street these days, huh? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it?
No, it's not. I love that he has a pink vest and a green overcoat. It's so cute. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but...
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you. And I would too. Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well...
Thank you, old man. Wait that it's lads.
Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4, so the nose have it. Not guilty, they say, which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Yep, here we go. He's gonna throw it. Nope, he drank. Second drink.
Shatter. Second shatter.
This flaming courtroom is really dramatic. It is dramatic, yes. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Look, Lord Van Zieks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Oh?
Whatever do you mean?
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road, as he claims. I believe he said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which he had excavated, sir.
Excavated? Yeah.
That's right, took me a whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my lord anybody's friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no.
Alucard is here? Yes. His name is Lord Baron von Zieks. There we go. Lord Baron von Zieks, he is the rival prosecutor in this game, and he is very, very, very vampire themed.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Ah. Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Cold man, you can talk. You can say you said that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, I can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw, but I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Order! Order! Lord Van Zieks, explain yourself. My lord, if you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not prefer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
Dramatic uncaping.
So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call in its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses?
Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident.
Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less.
I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness.
Alright, no matter who Van Zieks brings to the stand as his witnesses, no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over.
Is this our save point? No, it's not.
Oh, she's so cute! Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court.
Alright, before we do anything else, I'm gonna pause it here. She is adorable! Because it's time! It's time. It's 7 p.m., so that means... Options. It's time for us to save. And skedaddle. Getting back out. And back to title, I suppose. Don't need to say because we just did. Alright! Thank you so much for joining me today, guys. We got a good chunk of the way through the case. Hopefully we'll be able to finish up the court session next time so we can get to the final case this weekend. But we'll see. We'll see. For now, thank you very much for joining me, and I hope you guys have a great evening or day, whichever time it is for you. Make sure to eat some good food too. Bye-bye.